And we are live. Welcome. If you are not familiar with what Advent of Code is, well, let me introduce you to the very simple topic of developers every year gathering around this website, which has some coding exercises, and usually it's a nice time of the year to try and figure out how to learn a new language or just like participate in this global thing where people just solve hard technical problems together. Um, we are going to solve the first day of Advent of Code 2023. It's like a Christmas tradition or something like that. Basically, it's going to be, I think, 30 um, uh, exercises or something like that every year around Christmas. And yeah, let's dive in. I do have some private leaderboard that I will be submitting to my solutions, and I have not done anything except for to set up an empty Git repository with just a license. So I will try to learn Rust, by the way, and this um, um, uh, I will try to learn Rust. I don't know why my brain isn't working. Yeah, so let's just cargo init and actually try to figure out what are we planning to do. I wonder if we should initialize this as a library or not. I'm guessing an executable is fine, but who knows? I might regret that. And let's hop over to Rust Rover, which is the experimental project, experimental IDE from JetBrains to developing Rust. I could have also used just CLion or whatever your favorite editor is. And without further ado, terminal files can be added to Git. I don't care about that. Restart. So many notifications. Yeah. Let's dive into the actual exercise. Day one, trebuchet. By the way, I'm not going to do this like in a competitive way. I'm going to stream that in my own like whenever it is comfortable for me. So don't expect me to don't expect to wake up or like be for me to be on time for submitting this to the global leaderboard or anything like that. By the way, the inputs are for our like the inputs are personalized. That means you cannot like copy answers out of other people's submissions or streams, but you are going to be able to copy the code. So if you want spoilers, then you watch on. If you don't want spoilers, then please give it a try yourself before actually watching the stream. Day one, trebuchet. Something is wrong with the global snow production, and you've been selected to take a look. The elves have given you a map. On it, they've used stars to mark the top 50 locations that are likely to be having problems. You've been doing this long enough to know that to restore snow operations, you need to check all 50 stars by December 25th. Collect stars by solving puzzles. 2 puzzles will be made available on you each day. Okay, basically, okay, so it's 25 puzzles, not 30. It's until Christmas. The second puzzle is unlocked when you complete the first. Each puzzle grants you 1 star. Good luck. You try to ask why they can't just use a weather machine, not powerful enough, and where they're even sending you the sky. And your map looks mostly blank. You sure ask a lot of questions. And hang on, did you just say the sky? Of course. Where do you think the snow comes from? When you realize that the elves are already loading you into a trebuchet. Please hold still. We need to strap you in. As they're making their final adjustments, they discover that their calibration document, your puzzle input, has been amended by a very young elf who was apparently just excited to show off her art skills. Consequently, the elves are having trouble reading the values off of the document. The newly improved calibration document consists of lines of text. Each line originally contained a specific calibration value that the elves now need to recover. On each line, the calibration value can be found by combining the first digit and the last digit in that order to form a single two-digit number. For example, 1 ABC2, PQR3, STU8, VWX, A1B2, C3, okay, Trebuchet. So in this example, the calibration value of these four lines are 12, 38, 15, 77. Okay. Adding these together produces 142. Consider your entire calibration document. What is the sum of all calibration values? Okay, so first of all, let's think about it. What we would need to do is, by the way, just as a general note, usually what we have is basically some generated input that's unique to our login identity. And usually it's basically it's always a text to text. Like this is usually the interface through which we submit the answer. I think when we now consider like this calibration value, basically we need to stream in read line by line, and in each line we need to first we need to find the first digit from the start and the first digit we see from the end. We could do that basically. By the way, let's actually hop onto Excalidraw. Let's just yeah. So if we look at some kind of string, so we've got ourselves something like that. Let's actually make this a huge string so we'll be able to talk about it. We've got basically, yeah, we need to first like find this string and then find this string. And if we can either iterate over this, like we can iterate from the beginning and from the start, from the end, and then find the strings wherever they are placed. And that solution will also respect, will also be valid if we duplicate the string and we only have like one digit, then just two markers would just point to the same digit. Doesn't matter if we've got ABC. This would still like point to the one digit if we iterate from both the start and the end. So now that we've got like a general outline of how would we want to do this, then we need to accumulate these solutions and then move on to the next program, the next line. Okay, so let's dive in. I'm not sure what would be a good way to do this in Rust, but we will figure this out as we go along. So we would like another, is it called a crate? No, not a crate. I want another directory, and basically let's just have that attached to a module. Yeah, definitely want to attach to a module. So day one, and that's going to be day one, part one. Okay, module declaration missing. This may impact smart editing features. So I think I would need like mod file here and mod day one. And this one should be also mod attached to mod.rs. Yeah, okay, awesome. So now we are within everything is like connected. We do need some way to like pass arguments and like so let's just create ourselves like a small CLI and then continue on with our actual thing. So let's just create a CLI. And what is the best Rust CLI library? Rust CLI libraries. So apparently there's one that's called just CLI clap. Okay, I remember clap is a thing. So let's just, I will also maybe, I know that Rye is a nice Rust CLI, so let's just copy, let's just take a gander at this file, and actually if it says that it's using clap, then I know like this is a good way, a good place to start. Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. So yeah, clap is probably, if it's good enough for an actual CLI, then it's good enough for me. Let's just cargo add clap. Cargo. And do we want to do anything fancy, like in terms of uh whatever it is, like options? Probably not. So let's actually now that we've got that, um yeah, so we'd like something like we'd want to clap RS. Just let's actually read the docs of how to use that correctly. For more details, see the docs or examples. Example is probably okay. Let's start with the docs. Yeah, so in our main RS, yeah, we would like to do this. So in our CLI, use clap, add clap to dependencies. Wasn't that already a thing? I think I just did that. Anyhow, and parser, require feature from clap. Awesome. And in our main function, we just want to invoke this. So let args pass, args count. Awesome. So in our main file, and args, we can import that from stdenv. No, we want to import that from our own CLI. So this one needs to be export a pub struct. And now if we import that, we can import that from CLI directly. And why does it not work? It says pass, and that seems to be use create CLI args. And it says count public. Okay, so we need to make that public, and yeah, name public also. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we've got ourselves a CLI parser. So let's actually now see this thing. So what we want to do is, first of all, we need derive long about version author blah 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 blah. Yeah. Number of times to greet, name of person to greet. So yeah, this is not a good CLI, but we basically know what we need to do now, which is we want to create our own arguments. So we want, leave me alone, Copilot, please. Yeah, so we've got ourselves an argument, and it's going to be a string. Is it going to be a string? Wait, oh, so short, long, default value. Yeah, that's going to be file to read from. That's awesome. Yeah, and input. Awesome. And that's going to be an optional string. Now that has to be a string, and we are requiring this to to be correct, and we don't have a default value. We do want file to write to. So that's going to be as well. Yeah, input output, that's going to be good. And we do need our subcommand, which is going to be something in the lines of which AOC day plus part to run. Yeah, that's going to be day. Is that a thing? Yeah. Okay. I think that's the okay. So day plus part. So I think this is okay. This must be a string, but it's going to be just an enum. This enum is going to be our basically all the days that we've got. So let's just do that quickly. So we've got solutions and pub enum solutions. That's going to be solutions. So AOC 2023 solutions. And this one is going to be, well, just day one part. So D1, P1. For now, this is the only one that we've got. And as we go along, we will just add more solutions here. Basically, this is going to call the solution from our module here. So let's go back to the CLI. And this is hopefully just going to be imported from here and would like magically work. I'm not sure if this is the thing. So that's going to be the solution. And I want that to be not an arg, but like a positional arg. I just want that to be the first thing that you need to specify. And it's going to be, well, yeah. So sort of arg derive parser. Let's just read the docs for a little bit more. So yeah, these are arguments. I want positional. So positional. Wildcards, arg file, ORS, CLI helpers, lab cargo. Derived tutorial reference. Cookbook. Okay, cookbook sounds like a good thing. So cargo example. So, okay, positional maybe. This is all using the builder API. And this is the derived API. So arg short last true. Clap rs positional args. Clap short value name blah 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 pub option path buff. You can use interesting. So instead of arg, we just say clap. Okay, let's just try that. So clap short long solutions. And that's going to be just solution with no s. As well. Going to attempt to do this correctly. By the way, let me open up YouTube Studio and see if anyone is actually like commenting or anything, because I might be here and I might not know that. So that's kind of a shame. That would be a shame. So content, live control room. And no one in chat, but oh, there's someone watching. So hello, person. Ah, hi, Ivan. How are you doing? It's so great to see people actually joining in. I really like that. Yeah, I super appreciate it. If you want, I can also like post the Zoom link, and the video is 2040p though. Oh shit, looks cool so far. Um, um, so first of all, like, really thank you for actually being here, and let's figure out how do I fix the streaming quality. Um, because like YouTube claims I have an excellent connection, and I wonder what we can do about that. I'm set on like ultra low latency, which might affect things, but if I look at my OBS settings, I'm probably streaming in the right resolution. Output streaming. Yeah, so I'm not like recompressing anything or rescaling anything. I think this is just supposed to be working correctly. Can you try and like, I don't know, refresh the page or something? And if this might be just a thing like on your end, or is it just, do you have like, are you locked out of like changing resolution, basically? This is what I'm asking. I will just continue like solving things, and if you, yeah, wait, yeah, I'll try something on other than my phone. Yeah, I think that might be it. I think maybe like if you open up a laptop, that might be a thing. Like I am streaming that, and also like on my end, I am definitely able to like restream my own video on at 1080p. So yeah, sweet sweet pixels. Definitely. Awesome. Wow, so glad you're here. This is actually like making me very happy. Um, I don't know when have you joined, but basically I am definitely attempting to learn Rust while actually learning while doing Advent of Code. And yeah, I'm now trying to basically get up a simple CLI happening, and then we'll actually solve the day one code. So let's try to build that and actually see if things look all right. So cargo build. And it says that I've broken main because I've deleted args and I've forgotten to actually update that. So let args be this thing, and we can now print line args dot. Okay, so we've got our solution basically, and so yeah, we've got solution. What does it say? Does not implement debug. Yeah, okay, so let's implement debug because we do need that. Derive debug. Cargo run. Derive clone. Okay, not sure why we need clone, but wait. Why does Golan never mind. I had some like a notification to the side. Yeah, so debug clone. I don't know about all the other stuff, but sure. Let's now run cargo run, and it now says Okay, a lot of stuff. And usually when we see that and it says which AOC part to run cannot be called on auto parser value. So yeah, apparently like just calling like using an enum just like that is not a thing. So solution from to string due to previous errors. Okay, so let's make that happen. We definitely want to pass enums. So let's figure these out. So clap pass enums. Parser debug wait struct opt enum. Okay. Rename all kebab case. That seems like the thing that we aim for. So yeah. Now the same. Wait, this does not work. So arg enum debug clone rename all kebab case. Okay, seems like a good place to start. And this should work. Unresolved reference. So this probably needs to be like another option that we enable. So cargo add clap. How do we enable like extras or features or something like that? Enum. We go back to clap. Enum. Arg action behavior arguments that are value enum. Great. Pub trait size plus clone. To value possible value blah 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 blah. Data is not this trait is not object safe. I'm not sure what that means, but we'll just silently not think about that. So I would basically just want like this to work and like not think about it very much. Clap pass that. Clap pass enum. First clap use enum for separate flags. So clap value enum or arg enum. Value enum. Okay. Seems like this might just work. Power go run. Okay, so now it says solution input output. Do we want to make that positional? I think we do, but do we have time for that? Or let's actually, first of all, let's run with dash dash help. Or wait, is this for cargo? So yeah, dash 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 help. Which AOC? Okay, so we've got possible values. Day one P1. That's awesome. Do we want to make that positional? Let's try. So I wonder if we just delete this and don't indicate that it has like a short and long version. It now says that well, it omits okay, arguments solution. So we just don't need to specify that as an argument. Awesome. So this now is an arg, just like everything else, but this will now be compiled to be a positional argument instead of everything else. Awesome. So we've got like our basic scaffolding working, which is amazing, I think. And we can now try to figure out how do we well run this. So basically we need to match on the solution. So match on arg's solution and solution day one. So it's not yeah, it's basically going to be Am I doing this correctly? So it's D1 P1, but I need to, yeah. And we are going to, yeah, this is really good. So I think I will also like repass the input, and then just we will have the output be the string that's coming out of this. So yeah, part one is going to be, so yeah, let output be equal to this match thing. And this is going to be, well, this one thing. Okay, so pub function part one is going to be an input, and it's going to, yeah, we're not going to actually look at that, but yeah, this is going to be result string. Or do we want like an anyhow and let's install anyhow to our dependencies. Anyhow is like a nicer error handling library as far as I know. And yeah, so do yeah, so we've got ourselves like this thing, which basically should be working, and let's just figure out how to patch this in. So this is going to be day one, part one. So why is it not working? Not pub mod. Do we need to like export that? Part, because this is a public function. Do we need to say pub? Do we need to publish this? So wait. Use create day one, part one, part one. Yeah. So day one, part one. Run is a nicer arg maybe, but okay. And this now claims that it's unhappy because we are giving it a borrowed string reference, and this one is, do we need to basically borrow into? Yeah, awesome. And it says expected something, got something. Oh, I see. So solution. First of all, we can just use create solution, and we can try now to be a little bit more P1, P1. Yeah, that's good. And part one. And calling it run would be nice, actually. I prefer the run thing. So yeah, this is going to be day one, part one, run. And our solution is now going to basically we are going to include this. So I think what would be like a nice IO library? I think I remember nom exists. Nom Rust. Parsing and streaming patterns. Okay, so nom is for parsing, not for writing solutions. So Rust FS, Rust file system. What would be like the simplest Rust FS write file? Main, write foo text to bytes or lorem ipsum, or this one. Okay, awesome. So yeah, just fs write, and definitely not unwrap. So path, args output, and output unwrap. That's not good enough. So match on output, and if we've got not some, okay, output, then we are going to write this out. So write args output. Oh, sorry, it's args dot output, because that's our output file, and output as bytes. And definitely we don't want to unwrap that. So that's going to be like a question mark, and if that's not going to work, oh, we can actually just, okay, we can unwrap the L easily. So yeah, okay, basically if we will just bubble up errors if they exist. So let's just actually print some logs for ourselves. So running solution, yeah, this thing, and let's actually also add some timing, just so we'll have some things to brag about, maybe. You know what? Okay, this is good enough. Just we need to basically pass the input. So let input content the nom to dependencies, yeah. And let's figure out how to use nom. Nom Rust. Main hex color, okay. Eating data byte by byte. Streaming patterns. Pass int error from hex. Wait. Combining parsers. Streaming complete. So non-read file. Passing with nom. Okay, that's a nice thing to do. Was the actual file. So we need to, I'm guessing we have to read file systems and processes. So file open file name, IO buffer reader. Where's the nom part? Passing with nom. If you have to pass known data formats like CSV, it's best to use a specialized library like Rust CSV. Okay, good. That's good to know. What nom parser returns? So get greeting. Dump named. Extern create nom. Nom I result. Okay, so we've got our get greeting. Where is this defined? So this one returns a tag s. Yeah, I'm definitely not understanding still how to use this parser library, but we will figure this out in a minute, I hope. Parsing arithmetic expressions. Okay, this is definitely not a very nice introduction to this. All I want is like an example of a simple thing to parse. So Rust non-example. Rust bakery, no. Okay, this should be probably nicer, maybe. Okay, first of all, hex color. So we've got ourselves an input string. So first of all, that means we need to read this into memory. So read into our input and expect unable to read file. And also here in our output, we can say expect unable to write file. Seems okay enough, okay-ish. Okay, so we've got a vec of U8s. Seems very good. And our input content now goes into this thing. So we are passing it in. We actually can pass it like an owned view because, well, we don't need anything else. So yeah, a vec of U8 is definitely like a good way to look at this. It might be actually useful to consider another like a string value, string type. But basically, we want to pass like an ownership to this function and not like have. We can move the function into the content basically. So yeah, this is going to be like a nice scaffolding. And let's just print line running day one part one, and this is going to basically panic now if we run this. So yeah, cargo run and day one p1, and it will now say that cannot use operator question mark in a function that returns unit. Operator question mark should, okay, interesting. So where's our question mark? This one? Yeah, so expect fail to run solution. And is this better? Or do we need to do anything fancier? Wait, help. If this is intentional, prefix the input underscore. So, okay, first of all, it's warning us about things, and it says the following required arguments are not provided, which is correct. We do require an input and an output. So let's actually get ourselves an input and output strings. I think we can actually skip the output. We can just derive that from the name of the day. So actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. So instead of requiring this output, we can say, depending on our solution. So yeah, let out file be just which is of type, let's call that string. And this is just going to be args solution to string plus txt. Yeah. And out file. Okay. Seems like a good thing to do. This is because our solution enum already derives some like things that allow it to become this thing. So we can give up on this argument. We just don't need it anymore. And our, well, what is it? We do need our input. So let's actually get that. So get your puzzle input. We can literally paste that into our I don't know, let's have like inputs directory and just a text file. So that's going to be day1p1 txt. So this is our input. And now that I think about it, that means we can actually also pre-compute the input based on our day. So we don't need even this one. So the file to read from is going to be, well, the same thing. So let in file just be args, what was it? Solution to string txt. And we are going to basically read that from inputs slash this thing. Why does this not work? Because we need like to probably create a path instead of like this thing. So path buff and how do we work with paths in Rust? So Rust paths, the path. So path new blah 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 blah. So instead of path buff, let's just do this path new import, and we can now do inputs slash join args solution to string plus txt. And it now is angry at me because I cannot add two of these things together. So yeah, that's the thing. Solution to string does that. We can read directly into this thing. And now we can also, yeah, we don't need anymore anything except for, but we can also have directory called outputs. And in our main file, we can do the same thing right here. So out file is going to be new path new outputs this thing. Awesome. Now we just need to add like a get keep, and also here we've got our own input, and that's okay. So yeah, let's run that, and it might do something like print lining something here. It now says toString cannot be formatted with default formatter. Crap. Okay. So we need to implement this. I thought this would be a little bit more easier, but running solution, because this one actually works. So if this thing works, then what else do we need? Is this just working so we don't need to do anything fancy? And it says it's borrowed here. So yeah, we need to borrow this one and also borrow it here. This also is probably a good place to do that. So solution plus txt is not working because cannot add reference of stir and to solution. So first of all, let's just do let solution name equal to string. And this is just a string, just a regular old string. Can we just join this with well, txt. I think this would maybe just work. We don't need to do string manipulation. Apparently, string manipulation is in Rust is not as trivial as I thought. But yeah, I don't care about this being good. I just care about it working. So yeah, we've got path new. We can now fs write and fs read into things. By the way, I think decorating this with fs is a little bit nicer. And we can optimize imports. And let's cargo run this. And it says that it could not compile. Cannot be formatted with default formatter. So how do we format this correctly? Imports unused, use FIMP debug. So this thing needs to be somehow formatted correctly. Derive. Okay, this seems like the thing that where we actually just, first of all, the trait display must be implemented. Okay, so let's implement the display. Or can we just implement it like that? Derive from it. Add the derive attribute. Unresolved reference. Simple display for solution. Import. This is the place where the fact that I don't know, like, wait, requires toString. Okay, seems like I might just want to do a little bit of Googling. Cannot be formatted with default formatter. So yeah, main test print line. Solution return string blah 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 blah. Yeah. Format enum Rust. Yeah, we can actually maybe just use font instead of like trying to like say toString. So let's actually fmt whoa, that's a lot of crap to say for just I wanted this to basically, okay, wait, is it like that? Is that a thing? Nothing. Format. Okay. Two lowercase. Awesome. Seems like a thing that would work, maybe. Cargo run. Could not compile. Have I fucked up somewhere here in the part one thing? No, in the solution. Yeah, this thing. Okay. So, generated 4 warnings, and it says cargo fix, blah, 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 blah. Unused import FIMP display. So, yeah, we can just, well, fix a lot of that. Also here in our thing. Oh, I now see what the, like, sometimes, like, okay, sorry, I'm just gonna fix up a small thing, and that would maybe default app. Yeah, I don't have a good thing to do that. Okay, so I need to first, I just need to not command click filings here right now because Rust Rover is not apparently not on like my terminal does not recognize my ID. Never mind. Okay, so we've got this thing, and it says main panicked, unable to read file from OS, not found, no such file or directory. Interesting. So it says, what does it say? But which file? I would definitely want like the file name to exist when it says no such file or directory. So let's go back into main. And it says inputs join solution name, which we, by the way, can now print line solution name, and then we will be able to maybe see a little bit more of like what the fuck is going on. It says could not compile due to warnings emitted. Yeah. Okay, so solution name is this one. And that is not the full path. I want the full path to be printed. So yeah, let's just look at the in file. So reading from input file. I'll go run. Okay, so path join also joins. Okay, so that's not good because well, we want. So can we format things? Interesting. So we are planning to join. Oh, actually, you know what? Now that we've got things working, txt. That's it. Yeah. And also here, let's do the same thing exactly. So let output be this thing. Not output, sorry. Out file name. Format this thing exactly and out file name. And we don't need solution name. Yeah, solution name is definitely not the way to do this. So yeah, outputs. Yeah, so we've got our in file name. Let's call that actually in file name because that's the actual thing. So in file name. And that should work. Let's run that. And it now says it panicked on not found, no such file or directory. Input d1 p1 txt. Interesting. So, and this one it says inputs, and here we've got inputs. So if I ls this and it says no such file or directory, where have I gone wrong? Oh, yeah, that is correct. So yeah, this was in the source directory and not in the actual directory. So yeah, cargo run. Yeah. Yeah, so running day one, part one. Awesome. And it now says not implemented yet because, well, we have put ourselves a to-do function call in this thing. So awesome. Okay, so we've got everything set up. This is a great spot to commit where we've got like the scaffolding working. So let's just update the git ignore with one more thing, which is to basically ignore all crap from this thing and also outputs. So outputs is going to be ignored as well. We just need the git keep here. Let's just figure out things out and let's see. This looks good. So we've got our input text. We are going to commit that definitely. If people want to fork this and actually like change this, they can do whatever they want. we've got a scaffolding solution with like the things working. So yeah, this is going to be working CLI. Yeah, good enough. Now that we've got everything up to speed, let's try to actually implement things. So let's close all this crap. We don't need this. We do have our input, but we do need to actually read this. And you know what? Let's also keep Excalibur around because we might want to actually like look at this in another way. So CLI main, yeah, we don't need to now do anything except for look at day one, part one. So as we've said, what we've got is basically we've got a stream of inputs like that. So this is our example thing. We need to, well, some things. So we need to catch this one and this one. And let's just also mark these right here, just so we'll have this. Copilot is obviously like understanding most of what's going on just by me pointing at stuff. And that's it. Okay, so this is basically what we want to catch. And then we need to sum things. So first of all, let mute sum equals 0. And we would like to pass this. We can use nom and do that. So this is now a good place to actually read the documentation on nom and figure out how do we do things. So use nom, let's just import things and then we'll figure these out quickly. And we want our passing to be like nice. So let's figure this out. So abstract, what we'd want is first last num. And this is going to be 2 digits basically. We just so first and last digit. So this is our struct that we're trying to pass from the actual thing. We can actually use just a regular expression here for each line, but let's not do that at the moment. Yeah, so we've got from hex input. Let's just look at that. So this one is a struct that basically holds everything together. So it says from radix input. Yeah, so this is basically from hex is digit. Hex primary. So tag, interesting. So this is basically an input as a string reference. So we are using a vec-u8. We might want to change that into a string reference. We'll figure this out in a minute. I think basically these are kind of interchangeable. If we look at run here, up to like borrowing, this should work maybe. To into iterator? No, that's not good. Yeah, so let's just go with vec-u8, and if we need to do something else, then vec-u8. So, by the way, like we totally can go like C style on this, and this would work, but I would prefer to actually like learn how to pass with, well, with an actual like Rust library. So yeah. So take while. How would we look at, like, this is a lot of text for just like, I don't know, parsing something. And why is it always string reference? Does it support vectors? Vacuate. Nom parse vacuate. Tag is a byte pattern. By the way, I'm totally like not tempted to use Python, but I mustn't. Like, this is basically um a really good thing to like. I will have to work with Rust's machinery. How to match any vector of strings with nom. First of all, okay, so we say macro use external crate, use nom iResult. So the thing I really I'm like I'm confused about is that I still cannot like completely. Usually the examples that I see here are like super alien to me. I believe this is like a really good example for people who already know a little bit more Rust than I do. There are guides with more details on how to write parser and parser combinations. Parens. Okay, so this is a good thing to do. Okay, this is like a nice example. Okay, so this is how would we do this? We would basically say delimited char char. Okay, so we don't have the limitations in our parser, but we do want okay, so things are delimited by new lines in our case. So let's actually look at that. So first of all, we would like to basically, okay, so we've got ourselves, so let's just call that lines. This would probably become a global thing. So yeah, pass first and last digit. Yeah, we are definitely. Let's not look at the solution yet. So first of all, we want lines. That's going to be our input of reference of U8, and that's going to be result of U8 and vacuate. Okay. And to do is definitely not the thing. We want the limited. Take while n. Is that the thing? I'm not. No, this is going to be a char of this one and is not this thing, and that's it. Does it have to be 3 primes? Interesting. So delimited is not our not the way to do this, because well, we are attempting to do this correctly. So instead of sequence, okay, so first of all, let's just look at sequence, and it says preceded, separated pair. Terminated first, second. So each one of these seems like not exactly, but preceded. Let's just look at that. So it says first, second. So basically we can do something in the lines of is is not new line, and that's going to be just a char. And also here would be just a char. We don't need to do this as a string. Okay, so I think this is a result, and let's just fix up the result type. So that's going to be a reference of U8 array, and that's going to be just U8, that thing. Is this the actual type that we aim for? So by the way, that will break, I think, right now. If we look at the input and it does not, if it will not have a new line here, we will be fucked, basically. So we need to think about that. We need to be like kind of agnostic to whether we have a trimming a new line or not in the end. So that might not be like the best way to do this. So maybe let's go back into actually reading stuff, and then we'll see. Maybe we want a function which basically takes sequences until something. So do we've got something like take while? So nom um, take while mn condition f. Okay. Take till. And that let's look at the documentation for that. Return the longest input slice, if any, till predicate is met. The parser will return the longest slice if, till the given predicate, a function that takes the input and returns a bool. Okay. So take while condition f, implement input. Okay, so yeah, okay, so we need a char. Char is this thing and it returns an input. That's not the way to do this. We need to borrow into. No. Take till. Input. Parser L. So it's a function that only gets like one. Okay, so it's only. Okay, this function is working like so. And we are applying it to the input, and we might need to borrow. Why does that not work? Yeah, okay, till colon. So this is basically, okay, so we need a reference to stir. So let's just read that exactly. This is a really nice example. Okay, so take till, and then, so yeah, okay. So till line feed. That's going to be \n, and our reference to stir is working. So this is basically going to every time parse a new line, if any delimiter is actually found. And in order to make this let result, yeah, so let mute sum 0. That's going to be probably, let's, yeah, I32 is nice, but probably U64 is nicer. And till line feed. So we've got our input. How do we make, okay, so we want vec u8 into to stir reference. So vec u8 to ampersand stir. So we've got ourselves a buff, and it says from UTF-8 buff. So that's a nice thing. That's okay. This is a thing that we basically don't get when we use VECU8, which is we lose the UTF-8 protections that we've got for strings. So instead of infile this thing, we can try to do UTF-8. How do we make this into a UTF-8 string? So let's try string, and then we want something like into, and here we can say now stir reference. And would this work? It would work. Awesome. Okay, so I wonder if we can now just say this into, and this would like magically do the thing. Yeah. So that means that we can apply this input content like the into basically allows us to like do the conversions if we need to do some. Okay, now that we've got that as an input string, we can say so if we take till, what does this give us? It gives us an iResult of string and string. So this iResult is going to be probably holds the result of the parsing function. It depends on the input type I, the output type O, and the error type E. By default, non-error kind. The OK side the OK side of a pair containing a remainder of the input. Okay, so basically that means we've got the consumed and non-consumed parts. So how do we iterate over this? Back to actually looking at the take till colon, and we can say okay, so till colon Latin 1 2 3. Okay, 1 2 3 Latin blah 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 blah. Okay, so the equal. How do we iterate over this kind of like in an okay-ish way? Take till 1. Interesting. What's take till 1? Return the longest, at least one input slice. Interesting. So yeah. By the way, like using take till 1 means that we assert that we've got something. So that might be useful. So we might want to do that. I'm not sure. I mean, this is like a nice sanity check that we are passing something, but I think the sanity check would be like actually using the thing. So you know what? Let's just not do that right now. If we see that we need like better things to do, then we might do that. So do we just write a for loop? So yeah, for oh, do we have this convenience function and we don't need to do like the passing ourselves? This is quite stupid of me to, well, not think about that. So for line in lines, yeah. Yeah, and facepalm, I guess. But we do need like the first and last digits. So pass first and last digit. Yeah. Let's look at Nom's parsing thing again, and let's figure out if we've got something interesting to actually see here. Take while mn char is not blah 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 blah. Oh, yeah, this is so much crap to do. A result. Yeah, maybe we don't need all of that because right now it confuses Copilot and it actually this is producing more noise than what I actually want. So let's just say let interesting. Is numeric. Is digit. Is digit. So we've got ourselves lines, which we basically iterate over the lines themselves. We can pass them one by one. This is basically, we can say, so line how would we do this nicely? We can find, actually. Can do a find that would work. But this chart boundary, we've got a lot of lots of string methods. Like crazy amount of string methods. Nom recipes. Identifiers, literal values, integers. Yeah. Okay. Seems like a good place to start. So hexadecimal values. Terminated one of blah 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 blah. Okay, so for each line, we basically want to find string fragment. Wow, so much code. So much code. All I wanted to do is find two fucking digits. So if we do this, let's just paste this in and read that in dark mode slowly. So we've got our input string, which is just a line. Map res. What does that say? This one says applies a function returning a result over the result parser. Over the result of a parser. Okay, so this basically applies this function to the input. So this means we are passing this input. Awesome. And it says expected token stream found stir. This is copied directly from the documentation. I'm surprised. Anyway, preceded import. And it says preceded by blah blah blah. Okay, so we don't need this preceded thing because we need to recognize just the thing. So preceded, recognize many one. So import terminated one of blah 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 blah. So it's going to be just one of. So first of all, no, nothing like that. So it's just going to be recognize one of this thing. And character complete, streaming, which one is it? Is it complete? Yeah. And we definitely don't want the string from Radix. We just want this thing. So map res. I'm missing a colon here. And parse input is still not working, but convert to token stream using the from string trait. Yeah, that's not good. So what the fuck? First of all, we don't need this string from Radix thing. Yeah, so we just want the out and This is going to be radix 10. And we don't need these. And what have I missed? So it's the reference of the string. So yeah. What else am I missing? Let's figure this out. And it says expected I result for I64 found sin result ampersand stir I64. Convert return type function hexadecimal value to blah 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 blah. Um, um, I don't like this. This is like not nice. Take while condition. What's the difference between take till and take until? To the first occurrence of the pattern. Don't consume the pattern. Okay, so that's the till and until. Okay. So this is actually nice. Okay, so we actually can use take till and take until correctly. So we want let first digit is going to be take until is digit. So this is going to be a function, right? That returns C equals C is digit, basically. That's going to be a reference. That's the way to do this. And we need to pass that line, and we get ourselves first and something else, right? So we've got so sorry, take until, yeah, that's going to be first and something. Okay, you know what? Let's just result. What do we've got in this result? We've got, first of all, we can expect no digits found. And that means we now get stir and stir. So we've got our well, our before and after. Okay, so our before and after now is the consumed thing. So in our before, let's just read the docs carefully. So we now say take until EOF. And that means when we say hello world EOF, we get okay and hello world. So wait, is that the I'm surprised. It's the other way around than I thought. So num bytes. We say until EOF is just take until EOF string. We are getting back the wait, okay, so if we take this into per kind take until EOF UF, okay, we get UF and 1. So when we take the digit, when we say until digit, Okay, so if we take this, so let's first of all let's pass that into like let's make this into a function. So we want this to be called until digit. And that is just our line. Yeah, let's call that here. And here we've got our input and ampersand stir. And we done this. And here we've got our function that not ampersand stir. What have I missed? Could be oh, I'm missing a colon. Okay. So our input, and now we need to first like change the return type, which is our iResults, but let's actually copy that from like a nice place in the docs in the world. So if we go to take until and we look at the actual, this is the way to do this. Yeah. Awesome. So until digit, and that's going to be our actual digit. And this is going to be our rest. But that's going to be the after sorry, it was the opposite. So it was a confusing way. The confusing way was digit and then rest. The before. The before. What? How do we get the rest? So let's look at this again. It says hello world UF. Okay, this is the one that's actually like the crazy. Okay, so we say so we are getting the digit and then the rest, the consume things. But if we want to consume like two patterns together, consume like both the last and so we might just want to iterate twice, but that's not like unnice because we want to stream like two times and we want to we don't want to do duplicate work. So maybe not until, but the like one of the other parcels. So let's actually look at that because we want to not consume this. So till colon. So this one is colon empty matched, and then we get empty matched and empty string. So we do want the actual thingy itself. So take until seems still to be like the right thing. So you know what? Let's just do that. Okay, so I think I got it. So we are taking this digit. This is the first. And we've got the rest. And I'm still going to like come back to this because this is okay. So it's we're getting rest then digit because I'm always flip. Yeah. So we've got first and rest. So our first digit, we can also say that's going to still we need to and then we want our last. So our last is going to be let and then we say so going to be basically while I don't know how do we write while loops in Rust? That the way? Is it just like so wait I think it's something in the lines of loop Okay, so while let's sum. Um, so while let sum loop. So yeah, so this is our until digit. So we basically need to interesting. So this needs to be the mutable thing. Is it? I feel like we need to like do something fancier here. So we've got our first. Let's just do this. So we've got our let uh, um, first num is just going to be like the pass. So first pass U8, expect, yeah, not U8, but yeah, U64, whatever. So this is going to be good enough. And now the rest here, we need to pass this. And if we don't find anything, then we need to sum the first number again. And if we do find something, then we need to we need to take either the last or the first digit that we found. So yeah, so we can basically sum. Actually, yeah, we can just say sum plus equals this thing, and while let OK. Take while is digit. No, that's so gross. Um, Definitely not the thing. So let's figure this out. Why is this so terrible? I'm feeling like I'm missing like how to use this correctly. So streaming is not take while. So as I see here, they're not actually using loops themselves. They're like any example that I see, people aren't using loops. So maybe I shouldn't either. Take for map. So this one gets an input, and then it says take while mn is hex digit. So this is basically taking 2 digits at a time, and then it says it applies from hex the function. Yeah, but we do need to somehow like mutate the. We need to borrow the thing. Like we need. Oh, we can capture that in a closure, so that might just work. Um, Yeah, I believe like nom is not nice. Like I think like I mean this is still like not nice as far as I care. Um, I want to do overlapping stuff, and then that means we are basically unhappy with everything here. So first of all, streaming take something. Take streaming, take complete. So if we want to take things and then ask questions about them, can we do that? We can. Okay, so we can do this maybe in this way. So let's try maybe with the streaming approach. So take streaming. We need that from I see. This is like they invented this. So basically we just want this thing. So let's do that. So take streaming. No. Okay. And we just want to take one byte at a time because we're looking at things in a byte ordered fashion. Wait, streaming take. Import from num bytes streaming. Yeah. Okay, so we are taking one byte at a time. And can we iterate over that easily? So we can say we can consume this as a loop. So let's do that. So take streaming as bytes, sure. And we can say iter, right? Is that a thing? For each, and in our for each we can do stuff. So our for each is now going to be just a block that we are going to basically say where's the fact that this was returning a result, right? This has been returning a result. So somewhere it was unwrapped. Oh no, it was not unwrapped. Okay, so firstly, we can initialize let first, but yeah. So let first last. Both of these are U64s, or they are actually the results. So you know what? Let's just do that. So yeah, we've got our result. How could we initialize this together? Like, I really want like a simple way to do this. But sure. By the way, hints from the chats are like okay. If anyone is still listening. So we've got ourselves. So this is right now we are taking things line by byte by byte, streaming, only separated by this thing, and we do need our first and last number. And these ones are going to be U64s and U64. That's not the way to declare two things. Fuck that. Let's just do let another one. And these are going to be let mutable because we are going to try to mutate them. So in order for this to work, this is feeling very C-ish and not like a good way to do this, but I might want to just solve this and like move on. So is digit X. So so we need to unwrap it. Okay, so match on X. Okay. Something and otherwise something. Okay, and we need to figure out what we want to do in each case. So let bool first true mute. Yeah. So when we've got one of these is the digit, one of them is the next. So if we go to take and look at the docs, we say we get first the digit and then things. So so we've got first. Okay, so we've got current and rest. Okay, so now that we've got that, we can say stuff like match on first is first. Okay, and so we need to filter only digits. Okay, that's actually going to be probably useful. So yeah, we can say filter. So filter is digit. Awesome. So that way we can only filter digits, but that won't work because we need to pass our X and say, so yeah, we can actually unwrap this. So let's first let's like unwrap the actual success. So this is just going to be a tuple of U8, nothing fancy here. And we can say expect fail to take 1 byte. Yeah. Oh, actually, we are going to fail to take 1 byte at the end. So that we need to wrap this in a result. I see. So yeah, filter. First of all, we need to filter on X. So we need to map, not filter. So map on X and we need to somehow decide whether we need to terminate this iteration or we can't do that actually. Okay, so never mind. So once we've got our for each, how do we filter that? By the way, we don't need, like, when we are streaming bytes, we can just say this. Yeah. So our filter is still accepting like 1 character at a time. And we are just going to, yeah, we're just going to stream that easily. So yeah, so filter is digit. And now that we have our digits, we can do something with them. So we can say for each is first. If is first, so yeah, instead of if, let's just match on that. So match is first. We can say, yeah, unwrap and everything seems to be okay. And if the will be only one digit, then we need to do something about that. So first of all, we don't need more. Yeah, so current digit. And this one is, well, filter is digit. Why is C bool? Why aren't you, so line bytes. C, okay, that's a U8. Awesome. So match current digit. Okay, oh sorry. False, true. Okay, so that was a problem. And C to a digit, and we can definitely, yeah, so in the true case we're going to do something, in the false case we're not going to do anything. So yeah, the true case and the false case. So in this one we're going to basically do unit, nothing. Removed unreachable match. Yeah, so this one is definitely reachable because we are now doing this. So why is it saying it's unreachable? False. Yeah, so in false, we're not going to do anything. And we are going to say, yeah, so we are always going to pass the current digit, no matter what we do. And once we say that, if it's the first, then we are going to say match. We are going to sum this, and we are setting this to false. Yeah, so basically let's just do that if first. So if first sum, and then we are going to consume everything, and then at the end we are going to say sum plus equals the current digit. So no num for you, this is just going to be a thing that's working, and variable might be uninitialized. So yeah, we can say that's equal to 0, and we are guaranteed for that to be working. But let's actually let's assert that to be -1 I64, and it says C to digit unwrap found I64. Yeah, so let's do that, and we can assert equal assert not equal -1. So this is basically asserting that we have done the right thing that we expect to happen. And we are returning the OK sum to string. Seems like the way to go. So yeah, no passing with num. We are only using the isDigit thing. And that means we are filtering everything. We are just getting the current digit every time. We are passing it, and yeah, let's run that. This might be just working. So cargo run. It says warnings convert into string to warnings emitted. So the from trait. Okay, so this one was not working. Oh shit. A lot of warnings. Let's look at the first one. So first of all, it says main RS has some unused imports. Let's just fix that. And it says type mismatch in function arguments isDigit. Required by bound introduced by this call. So do we need to like borrow into that? So let's do that, I think. Where are we? Day one solution, where is it? Yeah, so part one. So let's just borrow. And it says it's unhappy because it expected a U8 but found so oh, I've got a better idea. We can parse, and then instead of unwrapping, every time we fail to do so, can say yeah, not let is digit, but current digit is just going to be let some digit is just C pulse C 2 digits. Okay, so instead of unwrapping our thing, we are going to say so it's either unwrap or do nothing. So let D equals this, then match on D. Some digit. Then we are going to do this. And so yeah, current digit equals to D as I64. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be working at least. Match arm binding unknown. So is it like if let? I'm not sure. If let D equals D 2 digit. So it like two 2 digit. Yeah, I think if let is a nicer syntax because that means we just like if this succeeds, then okay, then otherwise we don't do that. We don't care. And it says cannot find declaration. And if we have that as a reference, that's not interesting. That does not help. So how do we pass digits in Rust? So yeah, pass digit, pass number from string Rust. Convert string to int. So from str int. Okay, seems from str radix. Definitely no unwrapping. And it says that it's not a thing. So first of all, it could be I64 or something, but my string pass. Ooh, okay, interesting. So C pass toString false as I64. That's the syntax. Okay. Okay, so if let, and that should be okay, or the fact that like, or am I not doing if let sum d? Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Awesome. And we don't need to do this anymore. No more casting. It says use a prefix style. So to core string to string reference, use a prefix. Pum, 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 pum. It says result but found option. So if okay, D, and let's call that I64 now. And let's continue. Expected U64 found I64. So yeah, sure. I don't care about that. Into unable to read file. Okay, so we are still having like problems with the input now. So I think this solution is kind of working and this one isn't. So this into thing is just hiding some like ugly things behind it. So let's try this reference, and it says vec into unable to read file input content. So to owned interesting. So how do we need to say like something new for this? So let's just actually Google that. So fs read utf8. Sorry, fs read utf8 Rust, because we don't want JavaScript. So utf8 read. Okay, this is this might be a nice thing, but also like string from vec u8 from utf8. Okay, so string from utf8 so this is not something that's from bytes. Yeah, okay, so let's just do that for a minute. So let bytes equals this. Then it says yeah, so this is already a vector. String why does it work? Match. So first of all, okay, so let's just from UTF-8. Okay. Unable to pass file. And we are missing the assignment operator, and this is now a proper text file. Okay, so now that we've got ourselves a string reference, we can actually pass that in with no borrowing. Okay, and we have apparently run this. So let's look at the output. And it says a number, and we plug that number into our submission, and we say that's not the right answer. Awesome. Your answer is too high, but if you're stuck, you can make this. Okay, awesome. So that means we are wrong, but at least we have something working. So first of all, I will not wait. Sorry, is this the inputs? Oh no. No, okay, so that was the output. So let's debug, because apparently the answer is not correct. So yeah, we've got our lines. We've got our thing here. We say, oh, yeah, well, we forgot this. And our answer should be probably a lot lower. It is not. Part one. Okay, so let's actually review the algorithm now. Now that everything is like, we've got our IO working. So we are saying let mute is first for each line. We are starting with our first digit, and we are doing this. So if is first, we are summing the current digit. Otherwise, we are doing nothing. And then at the end, we are summing the current digit, which is the last one, once we've done that. So for each line, we are summing two things as far as I can tell, but this is like terribly bad code. So first of all, let's actually do this for one line. So we can just break now. And let's just pass all of these digits. So let's just do this. So we've got our print line and is first and digit. Okay, awesome. So let's just run that. And it will say, okay, first, actually, let's just print. And then at the end, oh, yeah, I should have, I wanted to, yeah. So break and print line, something, yeah. And run that again. And what we've got is we say 102 true. So this is definitely not the right way to do this. If we look at our input, 102, well, that's a long. Yeah, this is not correct. Okay, so this is passing everything as digits. So for let to string pass I64. Yeah, that's not working at all. So if is digit return. Awesome. This should have been a filter. So let's try that again. So bytes filter is digit. And rerun that again. And it now is unhappy about is digit. And it says expected function signature for a star function. Okay, so we need to annotate the lifetime of this. Required by a bound to a filter. Okay, so How do we annotate lifetimes? Because I haven't done that yet. So filter bytes. So we need to like, I think this is the way to annotate a lifetime, and then we say this. If you think I know what I'm doing, then you're making a mistake. I have no clue. So um, C, C. Selected U8, found reference of U8. Convert using star. Okay. Is that just going to like somehow work? Okay. Interesting. So first of all, awesome. We don't need the lifetime annotation. It now says 50, 54. Yeah, that's not good. So why is it 50? So this is if it's a digit. So we need to pass that into a digit. So I mean, we can do like really low level C crap stuff, like literally subtracting like zero, like the ASCII zero from the character, but this would be ugly and terrible. Why is it so fucking hard to like get a proper number? Non-pass digit. Um, map recognize digit one. Pass input. Okay. So input 42, num equals 42 here. Okay. This is nice, but probably still not good. And this one says complete at EOF. This is terrible. Wait, yeah, so I think right now we are in the point where basically passing bytes is like terrible, and we want to do something nicer than, I mean, we could like completely cheat with doing this. We now ask is digit, which basically means, yeah, it's just a char between something and something. And we can definitely do this. So we just say let digit, which is of type U8, be just, yeah, 0. Yeah, so it's just going to, yeah, C minus B 0. And then we just say if is first, then we say that. And that's it. Oh, and we need to sum the first time. So yeah, sum the current digit, and that should work. But this is ugly. I hate this. So yeah, now we've got a solution, and it should be working. So no, full because we've broken after the first one. By the way, if we look at the input, we see 2 and 3 are the digits. So that should have been 5. Interesting. So why is this a thing? Should have been a 5. So 0 minus 0 should have been 0. Okay, so this is basically, this should be working. first of all, yeah, let's just do this. We are asserting we are not equal to -1, so we know we are safeguarded from like this being not good. Yeah, so this is going to be a lower solution because we still have a bug, but at least let's just submit that and make sure. That's not the right answer. This is too low. Yeah. As predicted, and we can see now. Oh, by the way, do we still have all these print lines? We don't. So line bytes. If it's a digit, then we are using it. By the way, passing like single digits is like terrible. So I'm not sure this is a good way to go at this at all. So we are filtering by digit. That's all right. And then we say if this is the first for each iteration, we are adding this. So, oh, U64, just to be like crazy, crazy, crazy. And the fact that this is, okay, so this, we can do this and option U8. And that's going to be none. And then we can say that's going to be some digit. And we can say this. So current digit, and then we can also sum this. No, so so we can just literally pass this D. And this is going to be just okay because we've just asserted. So our assertion should be working and protect us. And if this fails to compile, then yeah, we cannot sum the current digit with that. So yeah, that's going to be match on current digit and what now? No, this is going to be some digit. We are going to, yeah, pass that in. Otherwise, we are going to error out and say no digits found online. And this won't work because why? Anyhow, unreachable. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Okay, then we can move on. Does not compile because it says we cannot pass this as U64, so let's just do that. And it says warnings, plus equals line 21 as U64. Okay, and we've got a solution, and our output is 9750. First of all, let's actually break after the first line, and let's just assert the first line is 5, just to be sure. So break and assert sum equals 5. And it says, anyhow, clap. Sorry, assert equal. It says left, right, 4, 5. Okay, so this passing crap is still working, but at least we have got some more safety because we've done that. So current digit. So why is this happening? So that's a bool. Here we've got that. Let's print all of these. And it says cannot compile because yeah, we need semicolon. It says 50, 40. Okay, so let's print line our digit. And it says 263. And our digits are 263. So if they are 2, 6, and 3, then what the fuck is happening? Why is it not working as we expected to? So is first plus equals this thing. Okay, now I know. Yeah, that was the bug, basically. We are only passing once, but we should have passed every time and then only assigned once. Yeah, so I think that is it. So if it's the first time we are summing it, otherwise not. And just to be like a little bit, let's call that pseudo branchless, then we can do this with like multiplying the Boolean value, but let's do that later after we, first of all, yeah, so 263 and our assertions are working, so we can now remove them. And we can write an actual test if for that if we'd want to. So yeah, I think this is good. And let's run that now with the full on thing. Let's remove some imports. Should be cleaner. And it says that unused imports. Why are we still having unused imports in our main file? So let's see. Cargo fmt and cargo check. It says cargo fix. Oh, that's nice. The working directory of this package has uncommitted changes and cargo fix. Okay, interesting. So yeah, we are going to allow dirty. Allow dirty, allow staged. That's very nice of them to like save me from shooting my own foot. And now we can run that again. Okay, awesome. So this should be now a very useful thing. We just need to not break. Yeah. And we can write some tests for that thing. But 9776 seems like a nice number. So return to day 1. And we can submit that. And it's not the right answer. Your answer is too low. Shit. Then interesting. So still we've got some bugs. First of all, let's actually commit that right now because we've got like yeah, so partially running day 1 part 1. So is first, mute, current digit. Option U8 equals none. Bytes filter. Where the hell is this erroring from? So let's write our own tests then. So CFG test. So is that the way to do this? I'm not sure. Test run. So this should say, yeah, that's actually good. This should be 2. And let's actually run this on a multi-line string because that's the whole point. This should be 5 just because, well, that should be 18. Let's run these and all tests pass. Awesome. Let's run a test fn. Multi-line should be empty. No, this should actually error out. And let's test with multi-line. Yeah, okay, so this should be now 1. Okay, oh, first of all, let's just have 1 because that would be like an error case. Let's actually, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 5. And the sum should be, well, 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 5. So 23. And let's run this test. It says that it's working. Interesting. So what happens if we add another line? Does this break? It does not. Interesting. So what the hell is going on with this? Oh, hey, you know what? Let's actually delete this input. Let's copy it in from our thingy again. Paste that in. And we've got no changes. So this one is actually working. I mean, this seems to be correct. And so okay, let's add some junk into this. So actually, you know what? We know exactly which sanity check we can add here. So this one is basically a really nice test. So yeah, we can assert equal on this thing. And this one should be 20. Adding these together. Wait. What? Oh, so we're not summing the digits. We're concatenating them and then summing things. Oh, so it's a classic case of reading the fucking docs. So yeah. So this is not good. Apparently, I'm just being dumb, basically. So first of all, we can concatenate things. So let's just do that. So we've got our let mute string, digits that we care about. This is just going to be the just going to be a new string. Oh, you know what? Let's just Okay, that's going to be just a vec of u8s. So that's going to be just, we know this is going to be a vec of u8, and we are saying new, not the syntax, and comparison, parentheses. What? Vec of u8. Yeah, and we can run dot reserve. So first of all, yeah, digits dot reserve 2, because we need exactly two digits. And now we can, if it's the first one, we push. So we don't need to pass this yet. So no, we just need to filter on digits, and then we can say, so if it's the first, we say C, we say digits push D. And then we probably need to say something like clone because, well, things are going to get crazy. And then our current digit is going to be not that. And our current digit is going to be just a U8, and that's going to be just some C. And at the end, we are going to say, digits push D. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we now have put our digits here, and we can try to pass these as our as a full number. So that's terrible. Okay, so wow, this is terrible code. I hate this so much. So much. So we've got our basically our state for each line, and this can be probably. I wonder if we can do this a little bit nicer. I mean, we can of course like literally shift things and like do stuff, but you know what? We can actually do that. We don't need to reserve anything. So let's actually do that. So our first digit is going to be okay, so let D equals D, yeah, this one. And then we can say current digit equals this digit. And then we can say, first of all, is first false. That is always a must. And we can say sum plus equals to digit times 10 as U8. So yeah, that's going to be as U64, then times 10 because that's going to be our digit. And once we've got that, we can say also on this end, we can say just sum plus equals D. So that means we are parsing and we are going to quote unquote concatenate things in order to make them work, but we're not concatenating, we're just basically dividing by the actual place in the we are multiplying by the actual like size of the digit. So if it's first, we are flipping the bit, and then we are saying sum plus equals D. Oh, actually, you know what? That's going to be literally match on our current digit. So our current digit is, well, not sum. We are going to say if it's some digit, then do nothing. Otherwise, if it's none, then we are saying current digit equals some d. And we don't need this is first shenanigans anymore. And we also need to, yeah, not push. Let's remove that push. No is first. And we need to also, except for assigning things, we need to say sum plus equals to d as u64 times 10. And I think this should be nice because first of all, now we're doing like the magical stuff, which is we are using Rust's enum matching instead of like if conditions, and should be like a little bit more strict and yeah. It says no implementation for this, and you are correct to say this is not U64. And prefix with underscore. So yeah, some d, I don't care. And it's now running. Okay, so our output is 53,000. Okay. We can run the tests first, so let's actually do that. So 11 plus 22 plus so 11 plus 22 plus 34 plus 55 equals 122. And this one should be well, that's going to be 12. That's going to be 11. That's going to be 14. That's going to be 99. And we are just missing the test case of like 5, which should be 55. And that's going to be like that. Yeah, I think this is plenty test cases for us. And this one should be, as we said, 122, and this one should be, well, we know what the test case should be because they said exactly what it should be. So 142. So let's run these, and says left, right. Click to see the difference. So that's not good. 11, 11, and on the right we say 12. So why is that? So which line is that? Click to see the difference is not useful. Yeah, so this one is not passing correctly. Okay, so let's figure out why is it not passing correctly. So we've got our if it's none, which is the default. We are assigning this digit because we need some digit for the next thing. And here we say digit times 10. So that's going to be our U64, and we are going to time that by 10. So yeah, that's going to be our digit shifted. So we are not breaking or doing anything fancy here. Do we need to are we returning early or something? Probably not, but let's run these. So test run. So first of all, I think each one of these deserves its own like case, but So sum starts as 0. We are basically iterating over the current digit. That's just a U8 for each character. We are writing a print line D as the store, and let's cargo test. It says match unexpected token, and here. It says 11112. Okay, so things are looking fine. So why is this fading? So we are running over this test. We are passing this correctly. Like each character is passed correctly, and we are not like seeing the other junk. Like we're not seeing the Z's here. And then if we look at the sum, we are adding it. So first of all, let's also print line this, and also let's let sum D see the right one. Yeah. So shifted going to be this one. And let's print line this one, and it says something like unexpected. So yeah. So we've got 10, which is the correct thing to say. And then here in the end, last oh, okay. So I'm doing the okay. I'm doing the same error every time. So we are going to, if it's sum, then yeah, we just need to do this again. So no matter what, we are assigning this. This is the problem. So yeah, we can inline this back again. We can remove unnecessary parentheses, remove the print lines, and let's run that. Our cargo tests should be passing now. Yeah, awesome. So let's cargo run this. And now that we've got our tests passing and we've got a number, let's try to submit that and answer. 1 gold star. Awesome. So I think we've solved like the part 1. Continue to part 2. Your calculation isn't quite right. It looks like some of the digits are actually spelled out with letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 also count as valid digits. What about 0? 0? Not here. So with the new information, you need to find the real first digit and last of each line. Oh, that's going to be terribly terrible, isn't it? Huh? But I think, like, first of all, like, this is a good place to stop. We can omit that. So day 1, part 1, solution working. So we got that committed. That's very nice. Awesome. Oh, by the way, we could actually feeling that to be like this. Could be a little bit nicer to read. Shouldn't change any of the actual workings of this. So let's amend that, commit, and let's cargo test just to be sure. Okay, so awesome. So yeah, things look good. So let's actually take this into part 2. By the way, I think we can just do this here. Like, no, you know what? Let's just actually do this separately. So, Rust file, part 2, attach the module, yeah, and we can run that. And this is going to be also public, pubmod, and in our, so is it sometimes a digit or is it some of the digits? So it might be either a digit or a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So okay, so let's figure this crap out because it looks terrible, but sure. Yeah, 7016. Nice. Okay. Let's figure out if we've got something nicer to do here. Yeah, so this is where passing byte by byte is just not going to cut it. So we'll have to do like fancier stuff. So let's plug this test into our test suite instead of this. I mean, actually, all of these should not be broken. So these are good tests. And now we also want another test in our suite, which is test with mixed with words as digits. And here we've got another assertion, 1, 2, 3, and this one should be actually 1, 2, 3. That's going to be 1, 3. And this one is going to be 1, 6. And we do want something. Oh, sorry. This is, so it's 1, 3 plus 46. So 1, 3 plus 46, that's 59. 59. And let's just add the assert from the actual test. So this one is going to be useful for us. And this one is going to add up to 281. So firstly, we can do like a very terrible thing, which is to just replace. Okay, so awesome. This now is failing. Like this is failing for the right tests. So we can do a really terrible thing, which is here we can say we can use regular expressions to just replace ones with replace the words with the digits and then pass them with the same logic. So and that means we can basically just re-import import the part 1 solution and then just do a little bit more processing and then pipe that in. So let's actually do that. So first of all, we can say let input. So that's going to be okay. we need to replaces words with digits and uses part1 run to calculate the sum. Awesome. So how do we do regex and regular expressions in Rust? We look in Google. How do people do that correctly? So Rust regex. Okay, so use regex is apparently a thing. So yeah, let's add this dependency. And we can say, oh, I wonder if like strings just have a replace method. So input replace. Ooh, awesome. So we can just replace one. Yeah, this is not going to be efficient, but it's definitely going to be fast. Like in the sense that we are just going to not think about things at all. So 8, 9. No 10s for us, and that is it. And then we can say return super part1 sum. So super, is that a thing? No, so just part1 run. Yeah, I think that's it. Or is it, this is unused return value. So, so first of all, we can do this a little bit more efficiently. Let's just do this. So input map. Let's think about how would we do this efficiently. Oh, I mean, we can literally do this. Dot replace, and then just set it up. And this is going to be our let corrected equals this. Then and it says we need to pass in a reference. Interesting, but yeah, sure. Let's cargo test that. So regular expressions are not what it says failed, and it says internal error entered unreachable code. Ooh. Which one is the unreachable code? Run with Rust backtrace. So cargo test. And it says closure. Some details are omitted. Run with backtrace full for this thing. So it says part1 run test with blah 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 blah. Run. Okay, line 26. So line 26 on part1. So let's go for part1, line 26. It says unreachable, and it says current digit sum. Which test is actually failing? Let's figure these out. So let's go to part2. Let's run them here. So we'll have like a nicer and it says we are failing. First of all, it's unhappy that we're not using regular expressions. Well, we are. We definitely aren't. I wonder if we need to like do something fancier, like in terms of replacing. I mean, we could use regular expressions that just to be a little bit more efficient, of course, but so says place with words, unreachable code. That's going to be this one. So unreachable. So instead of just being unreachable and like being unreasonable about it, let's before we run the unreachable stuff, let's actually add some. So let's print line no digits found online. Yeah, okay. That's going to be a little bit more easier to debug now that we have not just panics, but we'll have some information on how that line looks. So it says no digits found on line, an empty line. Oh, I see. So, yeah, if the line is empty, and that is because we've got an empty line and one of, yeah, like this one is definitely not like, okay, so we do have empty lines, which are basically just going to fuck us over, this one. So empty lines should be skipped. So let's skip them. I mean, this assumes that we've got let's figure this out. So where's the nicest place that we can do this? In our run, we need to sanitize the input a little bit. So if line is empty, continue. Okay, I think this is really, is continue a thing for loops? Probably it is. So let's run the tests again. And it says compiling and success and not success. It says right, left. Oh, interesting. So see the difference. Let's look at the assertion. So it claims 16. Okay, so let's run the math together and then see if we have failed somewhere. So 2, 9. First of all, we can try to like look at the transformation. So let's actually do that. Can we like say config if test or something like that? So CFG test. Okay, so or maybe debug input. Not input. Let's do that within the run. So we can say now debug input, and let's look at the actual inputs that we're getting. And this will probably be debug like compiled away. So our input, oh, so no input, sorry, debug line. So debug line. And we are getting an empty line, and this is not the one that failed, but we are panicking on, oh, A. Is that because I copied things badly, or is it because that's actually the problem? Part 2. So it's supposed to be, oh, oh no, this is a very adversarial one. So that's why we need a regular expression, and we cannot just like do the replacements like that. Okay, so basically, I don't know if you figured this out, but this line 823 is basically the 2 is the T here is merged between 8 and 2. So that means when we are converting stuff, we are basically fucking ourselves over with the fact that this is converted first instead of like doing this serially. So they have definitely meant that we would do this like in a first come first serve way. So let's do that. So we need our pattern. And that's going to be so let pattern be regex new. And that's going to be replace with something. So that's going to be how would we do this? correctly. Can we do this correctly? Like, is there like a nice way to do this? Um, New regex error unwrap. Okay, that's a new regular expression. And our pattern is going to, we're going to have to like find iter. Yeah, and for each, we are going to, yeah, that's not gonna help us. So we definitely want like to do a replacement. So pattern replace self haystack replace all. Okay. So replace all input haystack. Okay, captures. And this is our lambda. And we are now running this. So first of all, yeah, okay, let's just match over our capture. What do we have here? And it says, so our captures. So some C. What is this C now? Unknown. Oh, maybe we should like look at the docs. So yeah, we've got some captures, and then we say let hay. So we are looking for like basically needle in a haystack. Since iterators over all matches requires running potentially many searches on the haystack, since the search has the worst case of O(m) times n, the complexity of overall worst case is okay. Yeah, sure. We are not doing any 3D matching, so I'm not worried about that so much. So how would we do this? Regular expression, new unwrap. Okay, let haystack be this. And then we say replace all, hey. So we want our callback. So when we look at the callback, this is like a better, yeah, so our replacer. So let's look at replacer. Replace append, replace no expansion, blah, 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 blah. Part 2. So this is our replacer. Our replacer is captures. So it accepts all the captures, right? Replaces all non-overlapping matches in the haystack. With the replacement provided, this is the same as calling replace n with the limit set to 0. Okay, so I would want something to replace things correctly. So we are getting a callback with, I don't know if we're getting the callback for each capture or for just the one capture. So firstly, we can do this. Okay, so now we've got our capture group. And now that we've got our capture group, we can try to match on these. So how does matching on the capture looks like? So we've got captures, and we can recaptures. So let captures unwrap. Okay, so first of all, we need just captchas to be working. So caps dot unwrap. No, okay. So apparently we've got them already. So get 0. And then we can say unwrap, right? So here we've got, what is this? It's a string. So we can say replace. No. As stir. Is that a thing? Then we can say that our like crazy replace statement. So yeah. Yeah, let's do this. And let corrected cow stir. And it says no lines changed, content is already properly formatted. Okay, no, that's not it. Says unused value. Okay, and that's because of this one. And yeah, okay. So is that a thing? I think that would do it. Let's run this and see how it. Okay, so it does not fail. Interesting. So I think we just did that. So what we just did is basically we said capture everything here, and whatever it is, just replace it by this thing. And the only thing that we're obviously missing is the fact that we'd like to compile this like into replace 1 with 1, replace 2 with 2, and not do that like with so many function calls, because we know exactly what we're doing. We can do that actually with the match statement. So we can say match on as stir, and sorry, match on these. And then we can say, well, 1 goes to 1, and 2 goes to 2, and 3 goes to 3, and 4 goes to 4, and 5 goes to 5, and so on and so forth, till Copilot is sick of auto-completing for us because it's annoying. 7, so we need to do the hard and dirty work ourselves. Yeah. And that's going to be 8, and that's going to be 9, and we are missing just 1 trailing comma, and I think that is it. So match caps as the, and what does it say? The match does not provide all possible cases. Oh, so yeah, if that is the case, then we are just going to replace that with an empty string because we don't care. Or you know what? We can just say other to other. We're just not going to do anything. Awesome. So this is a little bit nicer and less like string replacey and more like match statementy. And we can try to run tests again, and it says 1 must live 2. So no, just nothing. I don't care. And it says this all tests pass, which is awesome. And we can do this now. So firstly, we can first we need to duplicate the input because that's how things work, because we of how we did things. So let's firstly cd into outputs and ln-s this one into, well, the same but just part 2, and we can cd back and cargo run on part 2, and it will say, I don't know what part 2 is because, well, we haven't built it yet. So How did this work? Possible values. Warn dead code. Yeah, so that's exactly the dead code we are trying to avoid. So in our main CLI, we are going to add solution part 2. Yeah, and that's very good because we just need to add this one here and run that again. And it now says unable to not found. No such file or directory. Source main panicked. So, oh, sorry. I CD'd into the incorrect one. So ln this thing. Awesome. So now we can let's go back to our cargo run. It now says, well, that we are debugging a lot of crap, but oh shit. Let's actually delete the soft link in the wrong place. So yeah, we can delete this. And let's cargo run this again. Let's remove this debug statement because we don't need it anymore. So yeah. No digits found on line blah 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 blah, and cargo run again. Awesome. So reading from input, wrote to. Okay, I just want another like small tweak to this, which is to say unable to write file, and then we can say here print line output written to out file. Awesome. It says clone. Why is that? Because we moved it here. So yeah, let's just give it a borrow. Running solution. Yeah. Awesome. By the way, just so you will understand how fast this thing is, it says run release. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually benchmark this crap. I think this is going to be like crazy fast. Not because I wrote this in a performant way, but just because Rust is like super fast. So let's now that we've got that, let's not run that, but let's build that in release mode. So no, yeah, already built. And in our target, release AOC, and we can run that with day 1 part 2. And let's run that through Hyperfine. And it says terminated with non-zero status. Interesting. Why is that? Dash dash show output. It says solution not provided. Oh, that's because I forgot to do this, I think. Or Hyperfine. Yeah, okay, so I need to just pass that as a string. So yeah, this is the thing. So yeah, we are running this at 2 milliseconds. So the first one was like 6 milliseconds apparently. So we can the command took less than 5 milliseconds to complete. Note that the result might be inaccurate because Hyperfine cannot calibrate the shell startup time much more precise than this limit. You can try -n or shell none to disable the shell completely. Interesting. So, okay, let's do that just because I'm super curious about this. Statistical outliers detected. So we can use warm-up. Warm-up 2. consider running this benchmark on a quiet system without interference from other programs. So this is very nice. Like the fact that this is actually like our user time is like 1 millisecond. We are spending about 0.7 milliseconds on the actual like reading the files and like the system thing, and like that means we are wasting a whole millisecond on like string replacements. Okay, anyhow, but back to actually like submitting the solution. So we've got ourselves like this solution, which basically does the IO and everything. By the way, if we like probably only load the code and just print the result out, this would be probably faster. Like probably a lot faster. So we've got ourselves our part 2 solutions, which is for some reason the same. Let's delete that, delete both, and let's actually run this again. So let's run this now, not through a benchmarker, but actually let's just do the thing. So yeah, this is wrote the solution back to part 2. So is this correct? Yeah, okay, so apparently slightly different. Okay, let's try to submit the slightly different answer for day 2, part 2, and submit. That's not the right answer. Your answer is too high. Ooh, shit. So if our answer is too high, then where could we have gone wrong now? Because our tests are okay as far as I remember. Let's just actually run the tests again to be sure that we haven't fucked up anything. Yeah, okay, so we have our tests working. So that means we are not covering some edge case in our tests, and that means that's why we are failing to do this. So I thought the string replacement thing was kind of rock solid, but apparently not. The string replacement thing was kind of rock solid. Yeah, apparently can unmute myself in the stream. Who would have thought? Anyhow, let's think about it through. Let's figure out what other test case is not covered by this, because this one is actually like this assertion is working. So first of all, let's just do the error handling stuff, which would be just \n, and then just should be 0. This is an assertion that we haven't done. Let's rerun the tests just to be sure. Yeah, okay, everything's tested now in this case. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 3. This is all working. So let's just add one more test case, more test cases, and let's figure these out. So first of all, so what happens if we just do 1, 1? So 1, 1 should be summed to 22. Why is that? Because we are duplicating the ones. Okay, so that's working. And what happens if we've got 2, 1? And that's going to be summed to 22 plus 11, that's 33. So that's going to be okay. And 2, 1, 8. That's going to be 28 plus 11, so that's going to be 39. Okay, that's still working. And what happens if we add another digit? Probably nothing fancy. That's, oh, interesting. So that's 29. Okay, firstly, okay. Let's, oh, this is just me botching the test. So 29 plus 11, that's going to be 40. So that's just going to be the right sum. Okay, so let's read that again and let's figure out if we missed anything fancy. So, I mean, this test is passing, so this is actually like means that we kind of at least understood what we're trying to do. So spell that with letters 1, 2, 3. 0 is not here. So why is 0 not here? And we do this? I mean, 0 wouldn't do anything, but I mean, it might be the last digit. So let's actually just add 0 just to be, well, like fully correct. Are there any zeros in this input, by the way? If we look at this input, we don't see any zeros. Okay, so no zeros, so we don't, this shouldn't be a problem. So 5. So let's actually take this chunk and write the test for it. So yeah, day 1, we can stop at part 1 is like probably tested enough. And let's just paste that in. And let's figure out what this should be. So this should be 5, 3. So 5, 3. Wait, what happens if we, no, so if we replace things that we're not able to like create a new overlapping thing because, well, we are always advancing forward. So that's not going to be a thing. So wait, 5, 3, that's going to be 53 plus 84, no, 86, because we've got 6. And here we've got 3, that's it, just 3. Okay, so that's going to be 53 plus 86 plus 33 plus 65. I think this is the actual solution, so let's just copy that into our calculator. So 237, just to be perfectly sure. Oh shit, and that's not working. So let's rerun that again. Or you know what, let's actually run that with our debugger and let's see if we actually, first of all, like calculated this correctly or not. So main RS, no, part 1 RS. So yeah, let's debug that. So dbg line, and let's rerun. And it says that we're missing the semicolon. And if we go to our test here, test with words as digits. Okay, so firstly, like let's separate these into tests, like different tests. So that's going to be a little bit cleaner now. So we've got our function, and this one is going to be another function, and that's going to be another thing. So let's just only run this one. So a test failed, which we expected it to. And it says 5, 3, 8, 6, 6, 3, 65. And our left and right results are 267, and this is if we paste the thing again into our so 237 instead of 267, and that's because where have I gone wrong? So that's going to be 53. 86. 63. Oh, first of all, yeah, 63. Okay, so I have miscalculated this. Yeah, that's going to be why is this not working? Apparently this thing is kind of like not working. So let's close up everything and let's run Rust Rover again. I don't know what happened, but IDs sometimes crash. That's going to be 267 because we have missed this one. So let's rerun that again, and now it's working and passing. Okay, so now that everything here is like not failing, why is it failing on the actual test case? Do we need another input? Although it hasn't changed, you can still get your puzzle input. Okay, so it hasn't changed. So is it also count as valid digits? Update the regex to include 0 as well. Yeah, I don't know when have you written this. Sorry for not being responsive. Yeah, the regex includes 0, but there's no 0 in the input now. So, oh, the regular expression itself. Yeah, but this as well won't work because as we've seen, there's no zeros in the input. By the way, Ran, I'm really happy that you're here. Like, I don't know how much to say. Like, I'm super appreciative of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So we are matching against everything without replacing everything. Let's rerun this and I'll go run day 1 part 2. And if we run this in release, we'll be probably without like the whole. Oh, I'm surprised the debug statements outlive the release code. Like I was sure that like running dbg would just be only in debug mode. So that's interesting. Why is this not working? Like the passing code is working. Our trebuchet, blah 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 blah. Have I just copied the incorrect solution? Just to be sure. That's not the right answer. So let's just write like the dumbest test of all. Like let's just make sure that we are converting everything correctly. So hash test. So function convert all digits. So assert equal run. No, that's not the thing. I just want to do so just 1 unwrap equals to 11. And then 2, 22, 9, yeah. And just to be perfectly clear about this, we can also do this for all actual digits. So let's just do that shortly. So that's just going to be, yeah, that's going to be 11. And so nothing here should be broken. This is a very dumb test case, but let's just be sure that it's actually working. And it says failed. Oh, it says enter the unreachable code. Ooh, pum pum pum. And it says unreachable, no digits found on line. Oh, damn. First of all, so line is now an empty string, probably. 1. So 1 was not replaced. And why is that? But this is wait, oh, I'm testing this in the wrong place. I'm testing this in part 1, not in part 2. So let's just copy that into part 1 and part 2 and paste that in, and that's not going to be the same function. But I do appreciate my IDE for attempting to import things correctly. Yeah, okay, so this is the run thing, and we can try and run things again. So it says that it's not failing, but let's verify this is actually, yeah, this is running with the actual thing. So this is working. And let's just verify that by appending like multi-lines to everything. So still working. So this is not an issue. We can also add 0, even though we know that it's missing. 0. Like it's not anywhere in the input string, but it should be working for us. Or append. Apparently it doesn't. Oh, yeah. Well, this is where the code beats the tests. So when we don't find any digits, that's going to be, well, what am I missing? God damn it. What is the sum of all calibration values? 2198, blah, 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 blah. Is there a bug in the solution of part 1 now that I may have introduced? Let's actually run this again. Let's maybe, so day 1, part 1. Why is this marked like in a weird way? I'm surprised. Like this is, so 53651. I can probably introspect back into the string to make sure this was the actual like case, but I'm gonna believe this is actually our correct answer. Yeah, 351 is still our answer. So now that we have replaced everything, and we are basically replacing the digits. So they are definitely doing this trick of like replacing the 1 and the 8 thing. So I wonder if there's like this our regex is matching things differently than we think. Firstly, let's actually in this part 2 we can actually let's assert this is unreachable. just to be sure. And let's rerun that and let's see if this actually does anything. No. Okay, so this is truly unreachable. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, all of them are converted correctly. We are pasting the right thing in. By the way, can we do this as a char and not as a would this do anything different? Probably not. Wait. So we are always getting the 0 match. Is this callback called every time? Just to be sure, let's actually debug. Should be like a hell. Wait, so why is this not running? Like, why am I not seeing this? Oh, part 2, sorry. Yeah. So definitely, okay, so we are running for every digit and only these digits. So what the hell? I'm wondering if I should I don't know, like consult friends or something. So if our line is empty, then we know to skip. That's all right. If the current digit, okay, so let's actually. So we've got our line, and just to be sure, let's think about that. So this one is passing. Like this is the way to pass ASCII digits. Like there's no other way. I mean, essentially this is the way. Also, like this is actually doing this. This is probably 0 over A or something. Just to be sure, yeah, byte is ASCII digit 0 to 9. So yeah, A is false, 9 is true. Okay, yeah, nothing interesting. So char is just between these two. So for each of these, I mean, we can do something else, of course. We can do this like with a regex iteration. And actually, that might be even nicer, maybe. Like for each line, let's do this not in part 1. Part 1 is like just working, so let's not break that. So let's go to part 2. And instead of doing this in like a find and replace approach, let's actually create a new iteration pattern with a regular expression, which is just going to be either 0. So let's just let pattern equals regex new, and that's going to be either a digit or all of these. So yeah. So yeah, this is just going to be \d exactly once, because we just want the digit, decimal digit, and nothing else. So that's the one. So this is our pattern, and we can try to let mute some, then pattern iter find iter. So and then we can say haystack just input, then for each match. Okay. Cap as stir. So firstly, for each match, we need to do something, which is let s equals caps get. Oh, it's already a match. So this match is first of all, it shouldn't ever be empty, but we can assert for that. Oh, sorry. For each line, we want to iterate. So so input lines dot for each. And the reason we need to do all these for each is because, well, we so filter let's capture line, and do we have is empty the thing? Yeah, so L is empty, so not empty. And for each not empty line, can do the thing, which is we can say now pattern find iterator. Oh, captures iter. I think that might be a thing. So yeah, for each line, we find iter line. Yeah, and for each that we can say now, okay, so we got our captcha, and this was not replaced yet. So we can either replace things or actually try to map them out. So let's actually map these out with a match statement. So can match on the captcha, I think. So what's the struct? So we've got haystack, stack, start, end. So if that's the case, then we probably want to not find iter, but find something like something else iter, like captures iter. And captures iter are probably going to give us another kind of closure. So captures, yeah. And within our captures, we'd want to do something like match on cap get 0, unwrap as stir. Right? Was that the way to do that? Yeah. We can try to yeah, now we need to basically map everything out. So we can do this. So let's call that let digit equals all of that crap. And just to be sure, yeah, it says the match does not cover all possible cases. Yeah, so that's all right. We are going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we do need, yeah, 0 to 0. Actually, you know what? Let's just do single digit is going to be single digit pass U8. Is that a thing? Probably it will work, but we do know that we know, like we do know. So you know what? Look, let's actually just do this like the slow and tedious way, and let either the compiler understand what we're trying to do, or what is it with like 7? Why is it like always failing at 7? Copilot, sometimes I really don't understand what's going on like internally within Copilot. Like this is crazy. Anyhow, okay, so we've got our big ass match statement, which we can try to like say now, okay, so this is going to be unreachable. Okay, so we've got ourselves a digit, and this thing, let's just call that another function. Let's just call that get digit, and our get digit is going to be inline always. Is it? I don't recall how to use inline correctly, but yeah, basically we say like this should be inlined, this match statement. And where were we? We need to copy the logic of actually like setting up the digits. So we've got ourselves like basically we're now capturing all the digits for each line, and we can say now, okay, so let current digit equals option of I32 in this case, because that's how we decided to do this match. And we need to do something, which is we need to match on the current digit. If it's some digit, then we're just going to say current digit equals to this digit, to some digit. Otherwise, none, yeah, and current digit, some digit. Okay, and in the end, we need to sum plus equals to digit. So, oh, sorry, that's going to be match on, this is going to be our last digit, and should be unreachable. And just to be sure it's unreachable, we can say print line, yeah, should be unreachable. And this is all of our lines, and we can say, okay, sum to string. I believe I wrote return and Rust. Okay, let's run the tests. And things should be breaking. Expected something, followed, blah, 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 blah. And it says, oh, comma. It says, okay, so first of all of our test results are unused corrected. Yeah, that's okay. We can completely ignore all of this. Yeah. So I will find it very surprising if I got this first try, but let's run the tests. Yeah, okay, so it now says enter the unreachable code, convert all digits. So let's actually figure out why is this now not correct. So firstly, I see, okay, I've fucked a lot of things up. So let's captures. So before we actually state unreachable, let's actually, so unreachable, and let's actually, can we just use the string here and then we'll see what's the, okay, so it's apparently an empty string. What? Okay, so how is this captured? So an empty what? What? Convert. Okay, so that's definitely not what I expected it to be. You might be missing a string literal format with unreachability. Oh, it's unhappy on the compiling thing. Okay, so yeah. It now says unreachable code, and it's probably will say something like 7. So is 7 not within this? Yeah, okay. So it was unreachable. I mean, it was actually catching a bug. So our assertions are still not working, but at least we are now actually like debugging the right thing. So once we've got our assertions working, okay, so this is basically we are mapping each and every digit here to the right thing. So we are getting the digit. So by the way, we can actually map this into digits. So let's just do that. So map get digit. And that would be nicer, I think. Digit. So how does this look? We've got our capture iteration, and we can now, so if our digit is something, then we are only updating the digit because we are just eating through the input. And if it's none, then we are summing the first digit and we are multiplying it by 10. So first of all, we can do an assertion here, which is assert not equal, but less than digit 10. Yeah. Is that a thing? So assert yeah, so just assert equal digit, well, no. We just, yeah, assert digit less than 10. And digit equals, yeah. So it says panicked at assertion. So assertions are not very interesting. Words with digits, yeah. Let's figure out the simplest assertion here that we are seeing that failed, which is it says this one. So this first assertion is actually failing. So let's figure this out. We are claiming this should be 11 plus 22 plus 34 plus 55. And what we're getting is our assertion of 122 getting different is different because we are seeing 130. And why is that? So first of all, we are mapping each digit to the correct one. Let's just actually, so 0 maps to 0, 1 maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this seems to be okay. And we are not seeing any unreachable crap, so that is probably fine. And for each digit, which we can assert actually right here, this assertion would be a little bit stronger. So yeah, we can just do that. And match on the digit itself. And if it's some digit, on the current digit, that's like temporary buffer. So if it's defined, then we are just updating things. If it's not defined, then we are summing things into this digit times 10, and then current digit equals some digit. Yeah. And at the end of the loop, yeah, okay, so is this at the end of the loop? This is still within the capture. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. And our test should be now passing. Yeah, okay, awesome. So we just have warnings on unused imports, but yeah, okay, so that was the bug. So let's now figure this out. Let's actually try to run that on our actual input. And this is basically rewritten now as, and we are getting 53896. Is that different than, that's not the right answer. I am pretty sure this might not this might be broken. Like, I really wonder if there's like another thing that might do this. Like, I've implemented the algorithm twice, as to the best of my understanding. The only thing I can do now is, I don't know, write this in another language, and maybe I will find like different things. But maybe like Rust's iteration algorithm is like different than what they expect when they wrote this. So part one is now completely irrelevant. Part two is our actual implementation. We can just ignore all of that because it's not working anyway. And we are having either one digit or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for each match that we have within the line, we are doing this. I mean, we can print, we can attempt to print the pairs of things. Um, wait, is this also like, is this also in capitals? Like, do we have any caps here? Doesn't seem to be. Everything is like small caps. Um, okay, let's actually go to the subreddit and first, yeah, so solutions. Um, Trebuchet. Full posting rules, blah, 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 blah. Import 3. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. D. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just speeding through this because I really want to figure out if we've got anything fancy. Okay, so first of all, if nums is digits. Oh, first, okay, so it says find all on each line. Language Python, can someone point out why the final number I'm getting is too low? Oh, so yeah. Auto moderator has detected a fenced block code block syntax, which only works on new Reddit. Okay, that's not interesting. Language Pony, language Rust. I got tripped on part 2, assuming day 1 would be as easy as usual. Well played, Eric, well played. So let's figure this out. We've got names, digits, digitize. Yeah, okay, so how does it do that? It says C to digit 10, collect. Numberize. Let num enumerate. Chain digits enumerate. Oh, that's a lot of crap. That's part 1. So, parse. input lines, map line to string, collect. Okay, so that's nothing fancy. This is just a vec of strings. And part one, answer, map into digitize.sum. So let's actually look at the digitize version, and then let's figure out what else can we do. So it says digits. So they are just doing this. Oh, so there's a first and last element. Interesting. So this is actually like super nice. I was not aware that this is a thing that Rust could do for me. So apparently I can just collect things. So I can just say chars, filter map. That's very, very clean, and I like that solution way better than mine. And then it says unwrap on both. Interesting. Okay. So basically vec of u32s, and then yeah, it says 10 times the first digit, and then the last. So C2 digit, apparently that's a thing. And numberize. What it says let first nums clone filter map reduce this thing. So numberize, let's see. S string. Chain digits iter enumerate. Digits is just an array of strings. Okay. So first of all, it says nums. And then where's the numberize? So it says they are iterating on the names, and then it says, so S is still not playing here. So it says S find N. What? Okay, nums. Filter map. And it says reduce. What? Okay, I need to read this very closely. Okay. So they've got an iterator of the numbers, and they are enumerating it and then chaining it to this one and then enumerating that as well. So they are enumerating these with these. So, but enumeration is basically just saying, yeah, just zip it with an index. So we've got these numbers, which is just an array of size 20, and they are basically trying to, well, they're saying here, they are mapping the number, and they are looking for, they're just doing find and I'll find. Okay. And then they are reducing. Okay, so instead of like doing the whole replacement thing, they are just literally searching every line by itself, and then once it says that, then they are doing the nice trick, which is once it is converted, you're just looking at the first and last element, and if the array is of size 1 or more, then it's working, and if the array is of size 0, then it's it will just unwrap and crash, and it will panic. So, I mean, that's interesting. Can we just do this then with find and rfind with our regular expression without like doing this whole crazy stuff? So we've got ourselves our line, and we are just saying find or rfind. So there's no rfind because, well, it's a regular expression. So so that's why they're like doing an actual string lookup. I wonder if we've got by the way, line dot reverse. Do they have like a reverse string reverse thing? So they do have reverse, but only once you collect that into like Charles reverse. Oh, okay. So like we could do this lookup in a very, very funny way if we wanted to. Then that would like do the reverse lookup for us. But okay. So firstly, I will basically just yank this very, very, very nice solution of like summing the unwrap and wrap thing. So let's figure this out. So basically, they're just first of all like converting everything to strings, and that's just a very, very cleaner like solution. So yeah, let's just do this. So we've got our line, and we are saying now. So instead of like doing this, we are just saying let digits equals line Charles filter map. C is digit, collect, and yeah. So we've got our digits, and then that's way cleaner. And then it says if digit, no digit, then that. Actually, we can literally just now say we can actually return this yeah. So return 10 plus 10 times digit first unwrap plus that. Yeah, and we can definitely just like drop all of this crap. So yeah, we can actually just say, yeah, so this is basically reduce all of this. So yeah, line. So input lines reduce, where each line is just going to be so line, and within that what we want to say is plus this and plus that, and it says resolved anyhow but found option string. And we probably want to say okay. Oh, so if this is reduced already, then I think we just can say let sum be this, and actually, yeah, we can literally do this, right? And toString. And or do we need to say okay? Okay, I think this is like first part should be now, as far as I understand, working, and it says expected closure that takes 2 arguments. Reduce 2 arguments. Why is it 2 arguments? Is it ACC? Firster. So in order for this to work, we just need to say app, and then we say on this sum. And it says digits vec of what, and it says explicit type. So yeah, that's going to be type of vec weights. And it says now collect required to be inbound. Wait, so item changed to U32. Oh, so let's just do this. And it says type annotation needed. Cannot infer sum. Interesting. So let's just extract that because, well, it's getting too crazy. So let sum be this thing, so U32. Then we can say sum to string. Compiling is digit, awesome, and all the tests pass. That's very nice. Okay, so the first part we've got now is a cleaner solution, and now that I've actually like meddled a bit with like apparently like iterations in raster is like cleaner than I thought. So C2 digit, yeah, that's just working apparently. And let's now go back to part 2 and think about it like in a little bit more rusty way, basically. So instead of like doing this regular expression thing, let's find this somehow. So we've got how would we want to do this? Like, do we want to do this with find and rfind? I mean, we can. So sure, yeah, fine. Yeah, let's do that. So we've got an array of, well, it's going to be numbers, going to be just a vec of 0 through 9, and let digits going to be a vec of this, and we can now say let lookup equals to numbers iter zip iter. No, that's not correct. We want to do this the enumerated way. So numbers iter enumerate chain the digits enumerate, and we just want to say collect and let others thing handle that. And this lookup thing, we can now try to basically say input lines map, and for each line we would want to find and rfind our first and last thing. So let first going to be is going to be line. So sorry, lookup. Let's think about that. So for each one of these, we would want this should be vec of stir. So let's just annotate that. So lookup is going to be we'd want to, like, for each one of these options, iter fold. So what does fold mean? Like, what? I'm not going to, let's not read that, but what does fold do? Rust iterator fold. Clone filter, blah 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 blah, fold 0. So fold So what I would actually want to do is actually, you know what? Let's do this maybe in a different way. So let's, yeah, line is already two strings, so we don't need to do anything about that. Let's just fold. This is our lambda. I'm not sure if fold is the actual right thing. So an iterator method that applies a function as long as it returns successfully, producing a single final value. Okay, so we are basically going to, so that might be it. I could also like cheat and literally look at the solution there, but I want to like think about it for myself a little bit before we do that. So fold, I'll fold. So so fold accepts exactly one function as the thing, right? Or wait, was the try fold or try collect? Okay, so we are getting mute self, init value, and a function. And what does it do? It says accumulator equals the initial value, and while let some iterator self next accumulate f function x try accumulator. Okay. So definitely seems like the right thing to do. So try fold. So instead of try fold, yeah, we can just say fold, which basically accepts a function. We need to pass that. Well, the line is itself, so we do need our capture to include the line, and we need to say something in the lines of we need 0 or another. Is it a function? And we need an accumulator. I'm confused. So trifold is somehow like, at least like the type hints look better than. So function that accepts mute self, initial value, and the mutable functions. So we are supposed to be a closure that accepts well, line, and it accepts an initial value of, let's say, 0, and it's supposed to accept a closure, so like a callable, so this thing. And expression. So if we say 1, does it do anything? Okay, so apparently line to string. So okay, this is passing. Okay, so we are passing the line into this, and ACC string word. Okay, so for each word, not replace. No. So maybe I should cheat a little bit, just because I'm kind of like tired, and this has been a long day. yeah, I think cheating is the way to go at this point. I am really tired. So filter map. So for each number, it only filters and does the thing. And it says find map location, reduce AB if A dot 0 greater than B dot 0. Yeah, so it's basically iterating over everything and produces like just the thing. So it's let's call that yeah, basically they're not really doing a proper reduce because they're not summing anything, but yeah, so basically the filter map. So yeah, let's just do the filter map. It says yeah, for each I word, it is true. I would. Why is it? Is this not? Oh, that's not true. That's actually that's going to be a U64. Okay, yes, that's better. And within our thing, okay, so we've got ourselves, yeah, we are filtering now on the word and the thing. And within that, what we'd want to do is basically we are looking up and we want to say word find in, sorry, line find word map position I so that's just going to be, yeah, we are finding this. And what does find say? Find returns an option usize. So we are going to say map pos I to, yeah, but it's not, sometimes it's not here. So if it's not, then we need to do like something crazy. So that's going to be an optional find. So this is an optional find. Okay, that's okay because we do want to actually like, yeah, find this. So we can save this. And once we've got that, so this is basically all of our finds, but optionals. And we want to take the minimum and unwrap. Not unwrap. No, definitely not unwrap. Oh, we can actually unwrap. That's okay. Oh, but we do want like to map the word. Oh, we do want our I. So this is going to basically, okay, so this is we do want to keep the index, and that means we are going to once we've got that, we need not a minimum like that. We do need a minimum over our I position. So let's think about that. So we need mean by key, and then so yeah, we are going to use this as to take the minimum, and then we are going to unwrap and get our index and usize. Interesting. So let's just review this. So we are using a lookup not dictionary, our array of crazy lookups, which is like crazy inefficient. We are looking on the word, like we are trying to find each word. Then we are just keeping the index around because we want that to be useful like for later. This index is basically the value that we want to sum. So after we minimize by the position, we can say map to I, and unwrap. And this is going to give us our first, and our last is going to be the same, but with rfind. And we are going to reduce these. So here we've got all of this, and we are going to sum these. Oh, sorry, that's going to be first times 10 last. Yeah, so we've got ourselves, we are mapping each line into first and last digit. And we do need to filter on empty. So what will happen if we don't filter on empty? We need to filter map, and we need to like why is this broken? Says option, but found expected option found U64. So where's our like thing where we fuck this up? Where we don't need to. Oh, so it's expecting an option, and the problem is this. So yeah, it's some going to be some this. So that also drops empty lines. Now we could have done that like a little bit cleaner by like not failing the lookup, but actually like introspecting into empty lines. And now that we've got that and we are doing like our lookup from the right and lookup from the left, we could also like optimize this by not like doing this crazy terrible lookup by value every time. But so we've got our sum, and we can say let sum be this, and we can say return sum to string. Yeah, okay. I think that's good enough for us. Let's just run the tests. It says required by collect lookup. Cannot wait. A value of the Q64 ampersand string cannot be built from an iterate or over items, use size, and ampersand string. Okay, so it should be use size. Okay, cool. Rerun that, compiling, and it now complains about this thing. So is this not supposed to be a string reference? Can we just ignore this and let that like understand the things for ourselves? It says lookup equals vec something. Consider giving an explicit type. Types must be known at this point. So yeah, we do need to give it an explicit type, which it says expected function char found string. So that's going to be, if we do this, then it might just like work. No, I'll find expected. Oh, might just did. Sum equals Q size. Let's find P into position. P pattern. Wait, let's just read the first error. So it says types must be known into this point. Okay, so word is, first of all, we can borrow everything. So let's just borrow everything that we need. And if we now borrow, we do this correctly. that's just going to be I and I, and Word, borrow this as well. And it says that it's unhappy with the into here. That's okay because we now borrowed, so everything should be a little bit cleaner. Now says something else. It says some detail is omitted, and it says right, left, test words with digits. So this one, ooh, 2, 1. Ooh. So that might be like their difference. Okay. That's very, very interesting. If this is now going to correct the bug, then that means they do have a bug in there. I think like this is a very weird way to formalize this, basically. Okay, so we've got our new output, which is a little bit different, slightly different. And we're going to submit that, and that is going to work, sadly. And that means they are not doing like overlapping things are basically, yeah, oh shit. Okay, so first of all, we won. Secondly, this is terrible. If you don't understand what the fuck happened, then basically there was a test case here which I expected to be like crazy. Okay, like I thought this would be okay, but like why the fuck is this correct? And this isn't. Like I would expect that, or you know what, let's clean this up just so you'll understand. Why is this 21 and not 22? This is basically a very, very liberal way of like passing things. Very liberal. So this one is going to now one of them is going to be failing, and it's going to be the second one because I mean they are not replacing things that I mean they are passing from basically both ends, and it's not clear that this is the actual semantics that they import. So yeah, I'm going to comment this out. We are going to commit this after we basically, first of all, let's remove our dead code because we don't need the dead code anymore. So this is dead code, the get digit thing. And yeah, so I mean, the fact that we won makes me a little bit sad, like this way. But we are going to be happy because we are done. We got 1 gold star. I mean 2 gold stars today. We can commit everything that we've done, which is yeah, okay, so we got day 1 and part 2 solution working, and we can commit that. So there we have it. Thank you all guys for like joining in. And I'm terribly sad that this is actually like this is I would claim this is a bug basically. This is I would not expect this would like this interpretation to be more correct than this one. But sure, whatever. I hope I'll see you either tomorrow or the next day. I will try to like basically get I will try to do these every day until like the 25th of December, and yeah, see you tomorrow then. Bye bye for now.